Hello. I'm just waiting for my stream manager to restart all the way so I can see the chat. So here's the deal, right? I cannot stand most of the characters in this specific case, and I don't understand why they've done... Why have they done it like this? Also, my controller turned off. Wow. Anyway. We're gonna get through it. I feel bad skipping. So we're just gonna have to fucking grin and bear it, you know? I don't like to break the story. Because what if there's something important? I don't know. I haven't played this fucking game. Anyway. We're hearing testimony about, I guess, the scene of the crime? I forget what they asked him to talk about, but we're here. Anyway. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. Alright. All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. It can't even be... It can't be heated in there, can it? It seems weird to have a circus in the middle of winter. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. Damn! I believe it's a vertebra, with no E. But then what do I know? I see. He was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. Typo there. Russell's autopsy report. 10:15. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Okay. Here's my theory. I think it was the daughter. And I think it was because she had no control over her life. And with her dad out of the way, she could, you know, exist in the world. But then, maybe I'm just making things up. Anyway. A blunt object. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Thanks. I love it here. Details of the events. Alright. Snow was falling until 9:40. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. That's not a blizzard, my guy. Learn what words mean. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's gotta be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. What the fuck? Okay. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? He wants to look at the court record about the snow. What's going on in the court record about snow? We have this. 1.5 inches of snow. Okay. Where was the ring found? I looked at this again. Alright. All the circus performers were in the big top. When you say all of the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the animal tamer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist, and of course, the defendant, Maximilian Galactica, and his victim, the ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regent the tiger was there as well. Okay. Well, I would assume he was there if fucking Regina was there. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. Why is he yelling at him? He just said a word. He just said a thing. He made a statement. He's not talking about filing a police report. Okay, anyway. They broke up around 10 p.m. I just don't understand what the fuck's going on anymore, man. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate absorbed in his own world. The ringmaster and Max went off to the ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. Fucking weirdo. The murder itself took place in the plaza. I'd like you to be a bit more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m. Okay. Not a problem, pal. We got a witness that told us how the whole thing went down. This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright. We'll just have to revisit that testimony later. She just didn't want him to talk about it. Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? Bent over a wooden box. A wooden box? That's right. What type of box? That looks like it's not wood. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? Wooden box. Hunched over this 20-pound box, it boasts a small but strong lock. This may be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. Okay. I want to know about all of these things. About the box. This wooden box, you figure it weighs about 20 pounds, right? Sounds about right. The whole thing is lined with iron. Iron plating? Why do you think it's lined with iron? I figure they just did it to make the box heavier. I think we could all do without your guesses, Detective. Stick to what little you actually know. Sorry. Suffice it to say, the box is really heavy. Much better. You may continue on, Detective. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You done your homework, pal. I didn't look at that. Nick looked at it, but I didn't. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. Imagine they just dropped it over the fence on the other side. No, I bet he made it disappear with magic. There wasn't much we could go after Gumshoe with this time. He gave us the facts as he saw them, but there's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything, but that's why you're the lawyer and I'm the medium. Is that how it is? Okay, snow was falling. 10:15. Blunt force trauma snapped a vertebrae in his neck. That's very specific. I feel like. Also, I have a lot of questions about the mustache pieces that we found on the counter. Okay, we need to ask more questions about the box. A wooden box. It was a strange box. About the lock. You said the box was locked. How exactly was it locked? Well, it had quite a sturdy lock on it. It took quite a bit to open that bad boy up. So, when you found the box, it was locked, correct? Yes, it was. Some of the forensics team took it back to the precinct to crack it open. I see. Continue, Detective Gumshoe. Okay. Yeah, how come they haven't told me about the contents? Like... Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox, so we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. Is that what it looks like? What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There was only one little bottle in that huge box. I wonder if that has some sort of special meaning. Pepper. Filled with pepper. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. I mean, all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we have wrapped up the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. I'm not even on the stand yet. Obviously. But that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Bro is just looking for things to be sad about. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Ms. Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. Yeah, dude. Who else? I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Yeah. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My full name is Trillo Quist. I am employed as an operatic tenor. Excuse me. The judge also said excuse me. The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That rope must be cutting off your circulation. I said I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe it. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. The world of the law. Exciting and daring. Guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? That doesn't make any sense, dog. It had a good rhythm. Don't give him that. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Yeah. You could put it that way. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up. Just look at your nose. You would think you had the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face off the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. Celebrities? What's going on here? Order! Order! I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now, let's proceed. Okay. Though I'd like to point out that they called Benjamin Woodman and not, very specifically not Trilloquist. I have to pause. I have to mute for a second. Oh, it's running. I can't actually think of a game that has Danuba, if I'm being honest. What you witnessed. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge, clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max, heading toward the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Dude, his face behind the text box. Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene. You're sure of that? Without a doubt. He had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Oh. Interesting. So somebody figured out something recently and... Okay. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? Ah, he's got a point. The judge says something intelligent for once in his life. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. Still cat? This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Ah. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Is that okay? That's all we had to... That's all she had to do? To get a fucking... Oh, yeah, no. Fuck. Don't... No. We ain't turning off fucking firewalls. We're turning off firewalls for very little. I feel like there was something I had to do that for recently. But I don't know what it was. I can't remember. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay. Guess she's the boss again today. She's always the boss, what do you mean? What you witnessed. Alright. He left the tent with Mo. The clown. You're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic I can't stand him. Just a little bit of exercise and his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good. Poor guy. Hello. Franziska was the ultimate girl boss, I think. We didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. We're on this case and I'm fucking hating it. When it comes to being a first place loser, that guy's up head of the pack. Huh, then what happened? Or then what happened, I guess. Okay, he ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. Why did he do that? Why the plaza's entrance? To do some thinking, of course. It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. I feel like this trial, like, I have not completed this game before. I've completed 1 and I've completed 3, and the first Apollo Justice. Anyway, this specific trial feels incredibly weird and like it feels like it's been written by someone else. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how it's... Okay, anyway. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. But I'm a good thonker. At least my teachers always said I was. Nick, who the fuck are you? Who is this? Who's this man? Okay, he saw Max heading toward the scene of the crime. Great. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica? Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Snobby 3-piece getup? He's screaming, but it's the same scream over and over? Like a recording. Get the wax out of your ears. Lawyers nowadays, you're like talking to a brick wall. Max's 3-piece getup. Jeez. Could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort into preparing your questions. Okay, Maya, fucking just don't be on my side, whatever. My cat is sniffing the table again. I don't understand what is there. Oh, I heard the weirdest noise. I think it was a grackle. Anyway, he was the only one heading that way. You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right. And that makes him the killer. No, there's nothing there. I don't understand what he is sniffing. Like, he's left some footprints himself, but like, I don't think that's what it is. I don't know. I mean, the answer to this conundrum is just get a wet wipe and fucking wipe the table off. But it's a mystery for me to think about. There was only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss in this? Yeah, Ben only saw Max. And also there's no proof, but he should have seen two people, right? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Yeah, okay, man. The dead body was already fucking there when he got there. Is that what you want me to say? Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? Like, literally, what am I even doing here? I think maybe he just wouldn't have been able to speak in public. I think he would have just, like, passed out on the fucking stand. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Obviously, the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? I see. It seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. Whenever he shakes his head like that, I just feel like I fucked everything up. Even when it isn't that I fucked it up, you know? He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now, let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Bro, go home. Okay, he left. He left? Okay. What was the one that I had more options on? Was it this one? Are you sure it was really Max? I just don't... He was the only one, okay. I just don't understand. He was the only one heading that way. Did he say why he did this? To do some thinking. Okay. How come I can't fucking question any of this? I just feel like something's weird about this testimony. Ringmaster's papers. The hat was found at the scene. This is crazy. This art is insane. An orange juice bottle. Okay. Nice shoes indeed. He reminds me of a off-brand JoJo character, and Regina makes me think of like a... What's that show that I'm thinking of? It wasn't called War of the Roses. You know what I mean? Like old anime. I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. Okay. He ditched him and went back. Okay. Talking about Mo. Ben took him back to his room. Okay. Okay. I looked at this already, but I'm just gonna go back through. He saw Max. How do we... I feel like this came up in a previous case, didn't it? The idea... Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, it was, Edward's trial. Where it was like, there was a person on the lake and we're saying that it was so-and-so, but we don't know that. We don't know that for sure because we didn't see the front of them or whatever. Max's outfit, okay. No one's on my side. He was the only one heading that way. Max and only Max. Why won't he let me ask him more questions about that? Oh, did we ask him this? I suppose that would have been around. Hey, what time was it? Huh? I think it was around, I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is... Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. Oh, what? Who said we were waiting for someone? Okay, well, now you've admitted it. Mr. Phoenix, right. We can all do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright, who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? I mean... I'm assuming Regina. But we have no... Like, because who else would it be, right? But there's not that many people left. But there's no talk of her going out there yet. I'm gonna try. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. Wah! You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares what I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it. Well, well, well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. He's not. All right. There was obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. Ah! His fucking head blew off, dog. That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the scene, okay? There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. Alright, I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true. I was waiting for Regina. Pain. Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time. And I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was! I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. He doesn't want to fucking... I don't want to go there either. He doesn't want to go there. I don't want to go there. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Huh. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. If your plan was this easily fucked up by dumbasses, I think that it wasn't that perfect to begin with, so we... About the proposal. Don't be so surprised that I was gonna propose to Regina. I even had something to give her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. You mean the thing that I have in my pocket? In my giant pocket? You were going to propose. You, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. Yeah, this judge has only ever seen a murder case. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Bro, get me out of here! What is going on? Exactly. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. This is what I'm saying. You don't have fucking room to talk though, you motherfucker. Okay, Mr. Wright. Please continue with your cross-examination. What was with that sigh at the end? Yeah, don't worry about it. We don't need to give that any fucking thought at all. Okay, don't be so surprised. Why? By proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina. Of course that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I wasn't gonna propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it? That's the truth. What? I can't help thinking about the logistics of marrying Trillo. And like, where does Ben come into the equation? Does he just stand in the corner? What does he do? Okay, he had something to give her. What was it exactly that you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was gonna give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? Ben watches, yeah. He's got his own chair and everything. You're gonna die when you hear this. That's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow. Those two nearly fell out of their chairs. What did else... He said he was gonna propose. What the fuck else would he have brought? Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Ziska's whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. No, man. Not almost anything, just you. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad. Push on anyway. It may be something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human being. I advise you to cut this argument short. We are not setting the precedent of a puppet getting married. People die when they're killed. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony, specifically about the engagement ring? I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. Bro just looks for fucking anything, huh? An engagement ring. Uh-huh! It's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina is gonna love it. It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's gotta be something I can catch him on. Uh-huh. He kept it in his pocket. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course! What a stupid question! You gotta be kidding me! You think Ben could pull that off? I'm sorry. Really? For what? You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing. Really? No. Absolutely not. So, you went to the lodging house to give it to her? That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times that I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way. Uppity snob? He couldn't possibly be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica. When I get a hold of him, I'm gonna saw his wood block in half, and not with magic. Well, they always say that love creates rivalries. Hey, can we not throw around threats in the courtroom, maybe? So, what about this present? Okay, he wasn't able to give it to her, so it's still in his pocket, he says. So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina? Of course I am! I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give up that easily. You spent 3 months' salary on a ring made out of fucking glass? Huh, I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him heck. Give him heck. The judge has that dazed and confused look again. Maybe he should get out more. Bro is in his house fucking just blazing it constantly. An eerie sparkle is an interesting... So, like, he can't still have it in his pocket because I have it in my pocket, though. Trillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Looks like they're gonna double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine! Give it back! Thief? Thief! Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said, in the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Ah! His fucking body exploded. What's going on here? That's... Ben, say something! Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money, like a bank vault? Ha! That filthy monkey is gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey in every sense of the word. Ah, I see. Well then. Why are we saying it's so weird? Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny? Things? Yeah, dog. Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night, the night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. What the fuck? They gotta get rid of this fucking monkey, dog. Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing. Not I, Mr. Trillo Quest. What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey Money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. That is indeed an incredible shame. Bro can fucking climb buildings, like, you had no chance. Yeah. Like, it doesn't sound like she deals with the monkey at all. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? Best testimony has a flaw. I don't care about his exercise routine. There was a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. I'm gonna save. They're gonna ask me some kind of point-blank question that I don't know the answer to. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there's no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory. Which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Well, Interesting, Mr. Wright. Oh, she don't like it. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Damn, alright. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity toward the defendant. Can you imagine being in a courtroom and the prosecutor and the defense attorney are fucking yelling at each other? What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him. No doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. Ha! I've told you so many times, you'd think you know my story's not changing. You've already changed your story, Stick Boy. Stick Boy? And I'm sure it'll change some more. Where there's one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah! Let's fucking go. You think it sounds like a Monday? Maybe, I don't know. I'll give you that I was waiting for that night for Regina. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was her. Okay. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Alright. So that means that Money didn't show up until after you saw Max. That's right. Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about... I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived at the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed. Alright, thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. Definitely, yep. Okay, he was waiting for Regina. So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. That means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up. You should think about how many eyes I actually have. Honestly, to me this argument of him not noticing anyone else showing up doesn't make sense. Because when you're standing there waiting for someone, every time somebody shows up, you're gonna look to see if it's the person you're waiting for. What's he talking about? I had 4, you know? 4. F-O-U-R. Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, do you really think something would have slipped by me? 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo. Yeah, of course he is. What do you mean? Okay, he saw Max, he says. He still alleges that he saw Max. So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night? Of course that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance to the tent the entire time. I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. Okay, he showed up after he'd been waiting for 5 minutes. About what time would you say these events took place? You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't have made a note, like, he would have noticed somebody came by, but he wouldn't have... I think both of those things are true. He wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to when it was, if it wasn't the person. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. And you already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know around what time it was I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it? Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a second. Bro. It was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right. It sounds about right, because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. Okay. He said good evening, but he didn't acknowledge my presence. Okay. So, you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo. You say good evening at night. I'm sorry, Trillo. You do, though. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom. Impossible! A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. Also, if we asked him not to, then we would never get to talk to Ben either, so... There's gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Trillo's evening greeting. That's the thing that stuck out to me, for sure. Isn't that a bit strange to you? What do you mean? Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange. Why would it strike you as strange? Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Ow. Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go about proving that with the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world. But I'm sure you already learned that one. I guess I can give it a shot. The witness will resume his testimony. He's absolutely sure it was him. You are 100% absolutely sure of what you just said. I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% sure. He didn't go to law school, I don't think. There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? I don't know about that. There's no way I could make someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Those 3 ridiculous symbols, huh? Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? If you're gonna ask again, I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you very much. Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere. I agree, but do we have the proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? We gotta have something that will prove useful. Alright, time to go to work. Alright, let's fucking go. Okay, he showed up after he'd been waiting there for 5 minutes. How long did Max say that he was waiting in the... You know? Everybody sang along, yeah, that's what it says in the... Everyone all together. Alright, there's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Habitually gathers shiny objects. So... He says he was waiting for 5 minutes. So... What time did we say that was? Practice finished probably at 10 p.m. We went to the lodging house right after practice. Just add 10 more minutes. Where is the extra 5 coming from? Is he saying it took him 5 minutes to leave the tent after practice? Okay, that's the time he saw Max on the scene. He didn't acknowledge my presence. You testified you said good evening. You don't say good night. Okay. Ben's half of the comedy act. I hate to say it, but Ben's part of your little act is coming off a bit stale. I'm sure that if a pro was to review your work— damn. You're not trying to pass yourself off as a professional performer, are you? No, he's not funny. He's not funny enough. Don't get so wrapped up in yourself, Mr. Phoenix, right? You should know better. Ow. 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 It hurts. That should have set him straight. You may proceed with your testimony, witness. Okay. So what if I say nothing, then? I don't know, I'm just doing stuff. Nothing especially. I guess it's kind of petty to badmouth someone's performances. I think so too. I guess you really are right all the time. Glad to see you finally coming around to that. Don't give him that. Dude, could you imagine if he showed up and he was just really good at jokes? Okay. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Oh. What do I have? He was waiting for Regina. He saw Max. He showed up there after 5 minutes. He said good evening. So we're saying that it took him 5 minutes to kill him? He didn't acknowledge my presence. Likely because it was someone else. But what happened that we aren't talking about him leaving anymore? Documents, the salary. What are the 3 circles down at the bottom? Orange juice bottle. They're gonna tell me that somebody was allergic to orange juice or something. Or pepper. I think he didn't acknowledge him because it wasn't him. Trillo's evening greeting. Alright. Why would you be nice to him? There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. How do I prove that with the evidence? I guess because of the orange juice? Because he hit him? Like, you know? Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big of a deal, it was just an argument. A disagreement at most. A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah! There we go. That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say good evening to his rival. Is lewd the word we want to use here? Yeah, the deeper we get into it, the more I want them to be like, yeah, no, Max is...
Objection!
Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just... Oh, that's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Oh, would you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? He saw a different person. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. If you're Franziska von Karma, you're allowed to whip whoever the fuck you want at any time. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. I think we could have said this before. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was he saw that evening. Or, good evening, as he put it. Ah. What in the world? You? Would the defense kindly explain who it was Trillo saw that evening, then? I mean, there's only two people it could have been. He saw Gumshoe, yeah. So, Russell did leave at some point. We know from when, allegedly, what Max told us. We know that Russell went somewhere and didn't come back. So it's feasible that he could have saw him, but also, I'm not sure. I'm gonna get up real quick. My jaw is starting to hurt, so I'm gonna go grab... I'm thinking it was Russell. And the reason I think this is because if it was Regina, he would have, you know, been able to do the whole thing with the ring and everything before money got there. But then the question is, if he really saw him wearing the outfit, when did he take it off? Because he wasn't wearing that in the crime scene photo. But I think it's more likely that it was him than it was Regina, because I think the greeting would have been different. I don't think he would have said good evening to her. I think he would have been weirder, you know what I mean? Please. Yeah, I don't know. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. Oh my god. No, Your Honor, it is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh. Was it fucked up? What do you mean? I mean, Yoshi's Island was for kids, I feel like. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I suppose you got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. Ah. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct? Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Ah! Oh. He just, like, dies whenever... Anyway, how do you respond to this? Oh, wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But, once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. That doesn't make any sense, Doug. They're, like, totally different looking. I think it is high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols. Come on. Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man, you gotta remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone, all together now. Don't... Oh! Yes, yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. Is that what you think? That's what you think for real? Yeah. Yeah, me and my most identifiable outfit. My signature outfit. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Ms. Von Karma, do you have clear evidence that the person in the witness saw was the defendant? Well, No, you don't. If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... the judge even is like, what the fuck is happening? Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. What do you mean, huh? You knew she had another witness. Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question, and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Okay. Very well. We'll take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare the next witness. Court is now in recess. Yay. To be continued. So I can shut my handheld off. That's what this is for? That's why they're offering this to me? Why the fuck am I yawning constantly? Sweetie, you have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? All ages, though, implies kid-friendly, right? But then I guess it depends on what demographic of kid, because, like, you know, 4 to 6 is a lot different than 10 to 12. Okay, so we know somebody was definitely in Russell's room with their feet on the table. So there's that, at least. Exactly. He told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. And then he took your coat and shit? That's when the ringmaster headed off to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. It is an important detail because there was dirt on the table. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means? It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous! That's a fabulously possible possibility. What about, you wouldn't have said something to him? Like, why the fuck are you taking my fucking costume? Well done, Nick! However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? That's what I'm saying. If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. Where did the cloak go? Yeah. This is what I've been saying. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. You can still be president. But I don't think you would get voted in. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. The boss does do as he wishes, but it's not like he's not allowed to ask questions either. I feel like he would have pointed out, like, yeah, he took my shit. For some fucking reason. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well. I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Anyway. Name and occupation. Do not do the Fresh Prince theme song here. Will the witness please inform the court why he is speaking autobiographical gibberish? I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh, yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no suit, no service. Ha 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 ha! He'll get copyright struck. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist? Dr. Seymour Butts. How was that one? Are we gonna point out that Nick has a friend with that last name? No? Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. the day of the murder. I've never watched The Three Stooges ever. Correct. Yes. Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into the plaza. Without the humor, please. Okay. Poor Mo can't be his normal stoogie self in court. I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone. What do you think of me? How am I doing? Badly, honestly. If we're being so honest. Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness. Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. Damn, okay. Being nice. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Yeah. He's the only one with a name, so he's definitely gonna be the one that does it. Now that that's settled, shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. Okay, you're gonna actually tell me this time? The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. Meekins only exists in a pocket dimension. He exists in the same world that Lana exists in. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster. He was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clocked the ringmaster over the head. Okay. That's very interesting. This eyewitness account is to be believed. I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There is no way that this account can be criticized. None? However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. Whoa! Okay! That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you gotta find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. I fucking know, it's my job. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber rattling. Understand, Your Honor. I don't understand. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Poor Mo. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Yeah, but you're the fucking fall guy. Frankly. Okay. Let's save. Alright, he went back to his room. You'd say that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct? See, that's the thing. Huh? How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now 8 o'clock. That's something a clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a great joke. No. Let's not make it 8 p.m. Alright, Mo? What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown out of the clowning around. Has anyone explained to him that he's not doing a job right now? Come on, Nick. Just listen to his joke. There are 3 reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You're so boring. Listen. This was never meant to be whimsical in here. I like to critique Phoenix for his lack of whimsy on the street. But fucking in the courtroom is a little bit different, I think. I know, I'm fucking boring as hell. You were pooped that night. Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. It's not capitalized, though. What? The double cheese double bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. Aha, aha, aha. That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. That joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. I've got a good reply, though. That joke was so funny, it just earned you a penalty. Hey! Me? I got a penalty? Me? I don't even know what to say. I'm like offended. Okay, he thought he'd go straight to sleep. You just happened to glance out of the window. You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls, Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. I might as fucking well. I can't believe he penalized me for that. Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Because it's a window and you're allowed to look at windows without a reason? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look at their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday, once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot. Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. Thank you. This should start turning the tables in our favor. Okay, he heard a huge noise. What was the sound like? Well, I guess it kind of sounded like, I guess you could say. Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary. Also, Mr. Wright will get fucking HP taken off if you make a joke. So, how'd you know that I was gonna make a joke? I guess the sound sounded like I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. It sounded like a frying pan. Getting the imprint of a person's face in it. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You went to the window. You went to look at the window and you saw two silhouettes. They were far away. Far away, you say? If you had to say exactly how far away were they? Let me think about that for a second. If my room is here, and they looked about yay big, I'd say they were about 30 feet from my window. He's gonna have to stick his hand in the weird machine like in Scorn. 30 feet seems generous for this. This looks like it was about 5 feet away. Just 30 feet. That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down on visibility. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows that you saw. Also, I thought they said that it had stopped snowing by then. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max. Okay. You would say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away. That's right. I had been thinking about it over and over since that night, but things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Von Karma. But now I am 100% certain that it was Max and the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Yeah, I wish that they would do that for me, because I think it would make it easier. Uppity symbols. Lawyers nowadays. Do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everyone knows what to do. All together now. Say it with Uncle Mo. We don't have to do this again. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Enough foolishness. Get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw? Okay, well I'm glad that the press hasn't been 100% full of landmines. Max clocked the ringmaster over the head. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head. Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? It was the daughter's thingy, her magical girl wand. That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night?
Objection!
I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor, poor clown. Do I? I don't know. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. It's huge. It's 5. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Yeah, she's also beating the shit out of him. Also, isn't there like a thing in front of the window? Of Mo's window? Though I guess they did comment on it when they went into his room that they could see the crime scene, so maybe not. We always have to say yes, though. I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason. Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clocked the ringmaster over the head. Yeah, so what was the sound that he heard? If Mo is to be believed when he says he looked out this window upon hearing a sound, there is no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, a crack clown unit? Okay. Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick! These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. I would also make that face if he said that to me. Well, you're back from your jog. Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much? When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you are saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster. Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out. Yep. He was on permanent vacation, as they say. Ah! Mr. Curls. Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. Like, everybody here is just, like, saying things. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Damn! Yeah, he just wanted to be a... He wanted to be a witness in a case, like in the movies. Got it. Okay. The silhouette. The man outside. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. Black? His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever. This should finally be good enough, yes? It is decisive testimony. No, it isn't! It's never... Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. Alright, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. Thanks. I will. Okay, the shadow could only have belonged to Max. Don't you think that you're going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? That shadow belonged to Max is an awfully firm statement, don't you think? What are you getting at? I'm just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line here. They are gonna kill him. They're gonna give him the death sentence for this. Are you truly 100% absolutely certain that it was Max? I'm not the kind of person who would lie about something as serious as this. The silhouette I saw was Max. I'm convinced of that. It doesn't seem like he's jumping to any conclusions this time. Let's go over this again then. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night? Everybody here deserves the death penalty, but it's wild for a singular murder, I think. You saw his symbols. Trillo said the same thing. But if it was just the symbols, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max's symbols and worn them? I thought of that myself. But just looking at the shape of the face I saw, it must have been Max. You're sure of that? Such a silly little boy. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap. Did I? Though? I don't think that I did. You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw. I've got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? That type of bird, yeah. But that's not all I saw. Okay. You were able to see that kind of detail from your window.
Objection!
He said there was a blizzard. There was a light near the scene of the crime. Anyone with decent eyesight should have been able to see that much. Out of curiosity, Mo, what's your eyesight like? I can see like a hawk out of my left eye, and an eagle out of my right eye. Our records say his eyesight is a perfect 20/20. That must mean he could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes. Hey, you asked me what my eyesight was like, not what it actually was. Yeah, but I meant what it actually was. So, you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding. That's correct. I've been curious to know what caused that loud noise. It must have been something incredibly hard. Too bad they haven't found the murder weapon to know for sure. They claim it was a blunt object. At least it says so in the autopsy report. With Trillo's testimony and now Mo's, it really seems like Max is the killer. Yeah. Nick, you've got to find a contradiction in this. That's not going to be enough. What? I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. That's the only thing that will help. I gotta do it. I think we could just cast doubt on it. But also, the cloak's just not black, though, is the thing.
Objection!
So, like, you say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. I suppose so. The silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols? Bro was fucking zooted as hell. Bro was hitting the blunt. Hey, everyone get ready. All together now? Why are we doing this again? What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. Silence, fool. You are to respond with the whole truth, no fractions. It's not a fraction, it's a decimal. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw.
Objection!
Whoa! The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. The white roses against the black, allegedly black cloak? Well, the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. That's what I'm saying. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? It can, but it's not a fraction as in this case. It's not written that way. Clearly not. He is just toying with this court. Okay, I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There is absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now what am I supposed to think? I don't know, man. Fucking do your job. One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. Damn. Bro's chopped and unk. I'm not mature. I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable. Which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? Of course he is. What do you mean? We're doing our jobs here, Franziska. If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I am prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. Yeah, Yeah, don't worry, I understood that already. There's no doubt in my mind. There were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. Okay. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Just one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. You are going to prove to me there's a contradiction with Mr. Curls' statement. You better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. I've only got a single shot at this. Gotta be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I'll need. You're fucking brave as hell, man. Dude is bold. I'm so mad that they took the health off of me for him making a joke. Like, what the fuck? There were no white roses. Mo, be honest. You promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright. No more badgering. I hope you enjoy this penalty. Holy shit. That's so much. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. And then he dropped it? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're... This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Ms. Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene. That means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. No, that's not true! It was the daughter. Mr. Curls. Yes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. That's so harsh. What's not right is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. I've never seen the judge get this fucking mad. What? Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess. You just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go in inside my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting above me and no matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He's turned into a bratty little kid. It was the janitor. If only they had literally any cleaning staff. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene. What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo? What do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Why? Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Objection! Absolutely fucking not. This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that alright with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I had expected you say. You sure that's how it happened? Bro had a dream. He had a dream that, like, just happened to match up with this. Say what? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Bro, this is a murder trial. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to how the criminal left the scene? Picture of the crime scene. There's no footprints. Look at this picture. Have you ever had a dream that... The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints. In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay, ay, ay! Yeah, you fucking lied to me, dog. So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Oh, Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unusable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. Damn, okay. Nick getting fucking assertive. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Damn! Judge making a joke now. Wait, just a second! Oh, he didn't hold it, he just said, wait a second. You guys just can't ignore everything I've said. Fine, fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better. She's right. She's so right. Mr. Lawrence Curls. Yes? The testimony you've provided up until now has been false. It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just what? It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Caught red-handed. I will have order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Like, why are we surprised by this? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Damn, okay. Shut the fuck up. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw, Mr. Curls. Ha! You're not gonna believe this, but it's all true, I tell ya. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. I don't know about that. I don't know if he's... I don't think he's capable, man. Now it's time for our next segment. Mo knows. Everything that I've said up till now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw... he... Just like moving the layer with the mouse cursor. This is the truth now. Get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. So you're saying the flying is real? I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Just dead silence. Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why wouldn't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. So... she said that she told him not to say anything because it sounded like bullshit. But, like, that's not up to them. That's not up to you. What do you think about his witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? I don't... Other powers probably do exist out there. Like, I just don't understand. Okay. I mean, he's probably telling the truth of what he saw. But I don't think that the guy actually flew. What he just said was so strange. I don't think he would have made it up. Which means that he's telling the truth. That's what I think. Nick, wait. That means that Max actually used magic. Ami Faye's party is the... They are the progenitors of every person that has a weird power in this series. Yikes, you're right. Ow. Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's foolish dream. What's up? I am not sure how I feel about any of what's going on right now. Actually, it's been fine because they haven't been talking about Regina. But as soon as they go back to talking about her, I'm gonna be so just disappointed in everyone. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. No. That's why we had a whole trial about people being possessed 6 months ago. Okay. I suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that. But I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile! If you disregard a need for proof, Ms. Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. Okay. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Okay, bye. I guess we're fucking leaving. Still looking at that poster painting behind us and wondering what the fuck it is. Also, I hate that it's not centered above the couch. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night, did you? It was the early bird special, yeah. I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. Use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow. You just told me the secret to your magic. No! I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule. The only rule! I'm sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. I mean, we didn't do anything. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea! Let's do our best and catch this sucker. So... we rolled the flying apparatus out into the yard. Is that what we're saying? Don't talk about Magic Club. Nick? What is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep. Magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible! Pearls did a magic trick? Oh, what kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looks like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow, how'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Why was this worthy of I have a confession to make? I don't see any way out of this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way we can solve the mystery of a criminal flying by tomorrow. I was thinking, do you really think the criminal flew through the air? The only one who thinks that is Mo, right? He says that he saw it. That's true. Mo looked awfully serious when he said that. Do you think he might be trying to frame Max? If that was it, he would have simply said, I saw Max. That would have been enough. There's no reason why anyone would believe he flew. But what if the criminal really did fly? There's only one person who could do that. Max. You're really not helping my confidence here, Maya. Also... who's to say other people haven't been trained in this performance? Everyone seems to hate Max. Ben, Trillo, Mo, they all have nothing nice to say. That magician does seem rather full of himself, doesn't he? Especially when he says things like customers only go to the circus to see him. He even hit Ben over the head with a bottle. But what? But that doesn't seem enough to frame another person for murder. And it was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. Maybe Ben saw the ringmaster wearing Max's costume, but Mo clearly said that he saw Max himself. Okay. Wait. A monkey who takes care of Acro. Are they gonna explain any of this to me, ever? Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. Maya's got content brain. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking. But the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You could just tell them that you're not going to do it, but whatever. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Are you saying you signed something? That's what you're saying? The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here is how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. Okay, that's an interesting thing to say. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix. Wasn't that like pancake eating or something? International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. He's definitely got the same bangs. But the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I simply cannot tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Okay. Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. Doesn't that mean it's rehearsed? This is where Edgeworth went, yeah. He went away to become a flamboyant magician. You must not have heard me. I am really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. For what? Not murdering a man? Hey, Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. She's like so bummed about it. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail? Grand Prix photo. Well, I should take a look at it probably. What is the statue in the back? I'm so curious. I have so many questions. Dude, my fucking mouth hurts. I'm not gonna be able to talk all weekend. I didn't expect this to be something that would happen. You hear that? It sounds like two people are arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. I realized that my voice for Trillo and my voice for Max are the same thing, unfortunately. Or not Max, Mo. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut the fuck up. Which is sad because my friend is coming over tomorrow. So I won't be able to shut up all weekend. That's okay. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work. Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're gonna have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you gonna do then? What do you mean you're gonna be on your own someday? Does he mean after he marries Regina? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry? Secret crash training, whoa. Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So, we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they're surprised by the idea, I told you. They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. How about you fucking don't? I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted. Right, Ben? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben? What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. But if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Waiting like this is part of being in love. What? What do you mean? How so? If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, I knew that. Maya, she's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. Her sprite is exactly the same. So, how's this new routine working out? Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're gonna take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not gonna take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. Performers should aim for the world. Who does he think he is? Trillo, you seem to really be fired up about all this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. Mark my words, I, Trillo Quest, will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Row, row, row your boat with the key to a glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You gotta be a part of this too. Okay. Well, how do you feel about this? Would you mind taking a look at this? It's... I guess we won't need you to look at this after all. Okay. Alright, so that window next to the blue tarp is Mo's room then. Is that what they're telling me? Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Franziska really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal! You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up. 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 Bro is anti-bloody marrying this? Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. I don't see. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Who lives in that room behind the window up there? The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Ms. Von Karma's gonna start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Okay. Franziska Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. I don't understand what the fuck he was talking about. The ringmaster's body was found here. I heard that the way he fell over made him look like he was carrying a wooden box. But what in the world really happened here? In some of the pictures, the crime scene looks really big, and then in this picture it looks so tiny. Something's covered up by this tarp. An old sign, perhaps. Nick, look out! They've got the killer trapped behind that tarp! What? It wasn't funny? You know it wouldn't have hurt you to look even a little bit surprised. She didn't notice that I was too scared to talk. That was a really bad joke, I feel like. Mo's not here. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before you stepped into his room. I'm sure you would have heard him laughing away. Aha, 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 aha! What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he was just thinking up new jokes. Huh, he must really love his work. Okay. It's a voracious reader. Everything's... all of his shit is busted. The carrots are weird. Okay. Look at the ceiling. It looks like someone punched a hole in it. Do we think, Money did that? It's got a collection of clown costumes. She's gonna start a costume collection herself. Okay. Entrance. Huh? Where's Regina? They will, as in it's announced? How is Bubsy still a franchise? I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Nick, you're kind of chicken, aren't you? No, 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 no. I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. You know, in some ways we all are. It's a ladder. It's a step ladder. We're not gonna argue. Max and the Ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been when the Ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why do you do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? That's so interesting. I saw that Twitch has added a custom badge feature. So you can just like add a badge and have your viewers like earn it somehow. I don't know how it works though. This is strange. Everything else looks nice, but this desk looks old and cheap. Okay. This is the table used. There's mud on the table. Trophies. Ringmasters, okay. Pet Grooming Grand Prix. Okay, I did read that correctly before. Can we look at this piece of paper now? Can we... No? Where we put his makeup on. Insane that they're being judgmental about that, but whatever. Ah, right! Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria! Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Yeah, because he finally had somebody fucking listening to his jokes. Alright, you know what time it is, riddle time! Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this, it's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what's your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Exactly. It's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. Ha! 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 I did. What's going on? He's being too nice. What do you mean? He's like not an asshole. He's just kind of annoying. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. Huh. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly! How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? Bro, I just don't understand how anyone could have let him in that courtroom and told him that it was fine to make clown jokes. I just don't understand. Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air? It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a psyche lock. He must be telling the truth. Or at least what he thinks is the truth. Okay. What do you think about the pepper? No, he doesn't want to look at it. Okay. I was in charge of the cooking that day. It was going to be a special meal. A special menu. Really? What were you going to cook? Moo burgers. What are those? A beefy burger filled with laughs and a sauce that tastes like my jokes. They're outstanding. So those burgers leave just as bad of a taste in your mouth as his jokes then. Uh-huh. This is strange. There's nothing on top of this stand. Look here. Max is written on it. It must be his VIP table. Oh, I thought Mo would comment too. Kitchen. Oh yeah. I wrote a new joke about the kitchen. Let's see. How did that joke go? Let me guess. What did the chef say to the chicken before dinner? Knife to meet ya. It's gonna be something dumb like that. What did the chef say to the chicken before dinner? Knife to meet ya. That's a great one, Mo. I would never have thought of that. Okay. The chair is overturned. Looking at all this brings back lots of memories. What do you mean? I proposed here to a girl on horseback. Of course, I was much younger back then. So, what happened? What was her answer? Well, let's just say that my love was put out to pasture. Didn't he say he has an ex-wife and a daughter? Take a good look at that sign, girlie. Huh? It says, keep our cafeteria clean? I added a question mark on there. I'm thinking that might be why the cafeteria is so dirty. Oh, you're a freak. Oh, bulletin board for, bulletins. No useful clues. Okay. What do you think about Regina? That's the ringmaster's daughter, Regina. Ever since she was a little girl, she's been watching the circus performances. Cuter than a little puppy Maltese, that Regina. If only my Lorena was that cute. Oh yeah, okay. He is strangely a father. Okay. I just want his... I want to go back through and just double check. Lately, I've started to understand what he's going on about. What is it then? Well, I'm not sure if I can explain it all that well just yet. Just when you think it's impossible, Mo flashes a glimpse of maturity. I mean, he's a grown man. This is Ben. Is something wrong? He's a ventriloquist, right? That's correct. Boy, was I surprised to find out he's got a mouth for a belly button. Aha! 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 Shut up, dog. Do I really not have anything to show him? How do you feel about this? No? Okay. What about the Grand Prix photo? Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too? Huh? You've seen it as well? Yeah, he said he's told it 100 times. Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Aha! 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 Oh, yeah. He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust, too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust neck. I'm gonna kill this man. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort of thing. Okay. We need to figure out this fucking... We gotta figure this shit out. Do I have anything else to show him? Hat. Okay. What about the papers? No? Okay. Where's Regina? I haven't spoken to her since the trial. What about the monkey? No? Okay. I just gotta make sure of these things. Oh, I should ask him about the box. What's the deal with this box? Oh, you don't know either? Okay. The pepper? No? I believe. It has to get better because there's nowhere to go from here except up. Okay. He doesn't have anything to say about that. What about just Max? No? Okay. That's fine. What about Russell? No? Russell. With this case, yeah, but after this case, I'm sure the only place we can go is up. What about the box? Who's gonna tell me about this fucking box? Or this monkey? No? What about this orange juice bottle that got broken over your head yesterday? Okay, I believe you. Take your word for it. What do you think about the box? What about the pepper? No. What about the picture you showed me before? You get a trophy and a bust. Where did the bust go? The trophy isn't there, but the bust that I won is. Nick, did you see a bust anywhere inside the cafeteria? Okay. So that's what's supposed to go on that little thing. Right. There's nothing on top of it. You could eat hamburgers off of it. Oh. Dirty dishes. You're gonna help. Clowns can't clean, apparently. There's one more dialogue option. Okay, so there's something I haven't shown him then. Oh, okay. I only unlocked this after I went back to talk to Max, I think. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bust disappeared. It disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Ugh. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want something to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Max G bust. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke. No, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that can have changed, huh? Well, there is this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us. What changed? Well, on the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper. It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes! It says, "To the murderer." Murderer. Yup, that's what it says. But the rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? It's crazy that this did not come up until now. Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Okay. How do you propose to follow up on it, Maya? I really want to know what that piece of paper is. Wait, maybe they'll tell me what the piece of paper is now. No? Tell me what the paper is. It's in red and everything. The stars on the poster. Okay. Maximum cringe, more like. Maximum bust. Max. Okay. Hey, what do you know about this fucking ransom note? Nothing. The answer is he doesn't know anything. What do you know about this? Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company. I guess it wasn't really a company, it was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? See, this is why I wanted them to let me look at the piece of paper. Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Okay. I'm running back and forth for no fucking reason here. Because no one will give me any fucking help. Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I hate how in games they do this where you have to go through the correct sequence of events for it to allow you to do the thing that you know needs to be done. I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Then let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. Okay. I knew it! It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Okay. Tonight at 10 p.m. That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Okay. It's been expertly cleaned and pressed. It's got one perfect crease. The ringmaster must have liked things neat and tidy. This is kind of pointless, isn't it? There's no way this beats Mo's room. Now that's cool. All I can hear in my head right now is aha, aha, aha. Alright. Okay. Oh! What? Mo's gone. There's a message on the bulletin board. I'm hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Hamburger. Just thinking about it is making me hungry. All of a sudden, I need a burger bad. All of a sudden, I need a new partner bad. Nick! Feed your fucking assistant. What the hell's wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with this guy? It looks exactly... Okay. They weren't too lazy. This is a crime scene. She hates dirty kitchens. Keep our cafeteria clean. They should have added a question mark on the end. The kitchen's over here. Okay, I didn't mean to click on this one again. The chair's been knocked over. That's what it looks like. Okay. That's it, huh? It feels like with all those things not having a check mark on them anymore, it feels like I should have been able to do something with them. You know? How about the whole note now? No? Okay. Ah! To the murderer. You haven't forgotten what happened 6 months ago, have you? I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight. Okay. 6 months ago. Six months ago with the channeling thing, I don't know. Hey, Detective Gumshoe! I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma? Nick, what is that? That beeping sound. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here quick. Bro has like a reverse air tag. See ya, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Ah! Is biting his lashes from a whip. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Her sprite is so much, like, more, like, it's way more quality than her dad's sprite was. Like, this, like, out-of-court sprite. Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Ms. Von Karma, it appears you got your hands on something big, huh? Huh! I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? A conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? Yeah, but like, did they know that they were gonna have her for longer? At the time? I don't know. I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. She's acting like he's the one on trial. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Nick cannot fucking say the name. Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? Bro worked at Blizzard in QA and he knows everything about making video games. You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was right again. Miles was like a little brother to me, despite the fact that he was older. Little brother, but Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. Yeah, but he was her junior in learning. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. I was desperately in love with him. But a little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he is gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth's death. Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one. Oh, we're actually talking about it as if it existed? He never set foot in a court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth? Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Dude. This is just, like, really fucking weird. He's playing golf with Elvis. Nick? Miss Von Karma. What? I don't know if you are God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. Well, she didn't, though. Fucking Franziska did. What do you mean? Why are we acting like Maya caused this? Hi. You must be Phoenix, right? Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro. He's literally like so fucking close to the camera. How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of this circus as well? That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. I'm obsessed with the little birds. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all without me. That does seem to be an orangutan, yeah. I think he's just into monkeys and also birds. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such an incredible care of me, he was truly a lifesaver. It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes, I think that he was almost too kind. I saw a guy on TikTok the other day who raises budgies, and he goes outside with them and they just sit on his head like this. But there's like 4 of them sitting on his hat. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina's so cute! She's truly a princess. Truly a princess. Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? They are cute and interesting, but they require a lot of mental simulation, and a lot of them live for a really long time. So they could become a nightmare pet very fast. Also, they need a lot, like, way more social stimulation than most people can give them in a day. The nerves in my legs were badly damaged. And you can't walk now. I can't even stand now. Why are you on the 3rd floor? And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. Yeah, there's people that have had to, like, put their birds in their will. Tortoises, too. But I think birds are more popular. I clicked the button without meaning to. The accident happened during an acrobatics session, right? Psyche-locks. Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on at this circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Oh, you went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it. When I saw what I saw... What you saw? Jeez, it sounded really ominous. What you witnessed. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. Whoa. Where's his chair in this illustration? He. Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying? I am absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick? I have doubts. What's this? That's what we want to know. It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. In the cafeteria? What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious. If it got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source. Her? Regina. Ask her about it. Okay. Do you think we have enough to ask him about the wheelchair yet? Probably not. We could try though, since we're here. He's still undergoing rehabilitation. Oh, I was supposed to present the Magatama. I wasn't supposed to. Here. Fucking look at this thing. Look at this piece of rock. It glows. It's radioactive a little bit. Don't lick it. About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? Yeah, I don't think I have. Like, I don't know how to... anyway. Let's go around a little bit and see what we can do. Do we have anything we can show? Let's ask him. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. He doesn't have anything to say to me about anything. I feel like that tiger mouth is just a little bit too wide. Got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix. Stay! Heal! Oh, Maya! Nick, it's you guys! I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? Yeah. It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was! I love my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. Also, she said that in the present tense, as if he's still alive. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. Someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? She does this a lot. He'll be saying something in the text that is implied to be thought, and then she'll reply to it as if he said it out loud. Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. It's not. Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Yeah, I think he doesn't have a great poker face despite the fact that he bluffs all the time in court. Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you. It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. You should? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney? Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Yeah. Okay. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. Hey! You're really gonna do it? I fucking guess. What else? Like... Hey, look at this note. Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did! I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. That's so sus. Like, are you kidding me? Okay, she wants to fly with Max. I don't care about that. He's cool. Alright. How do you feel about Pepper? That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria. Huh? It's from the cafeteria. It's not? I remember seeing it there. Huh, so this was the cafeteria's Pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper. Oh? Would you like to explain more about that? Would you like to tell me more about why you not liking Pepper? Okay. Maybe we can... Oh, it's Acro. Is he in his room today? Yes, he is. We just came back from meeting with him. I hope his legs get better soon. Acro's so incredible, especially on the trapeze. The trapeze is that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the acrobat. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have very many nice things to say about Regina, but Regina seems to like Acro just fine. Okay, he's been a good friend of my dad for a really long time now. My dad always said, when it comes to who I can entrust the circus to, it's definitely Mo. Yep, that clown is one lovable stooge. Don't you think so, Nick? No comment. Yeah, okay. Have I shown her all these other ones? Is he doing okay? I hope he comes back soon. I feel like we've looked at this. His name is Ben. She doesn't know him. It's interesting that I don't have Trillo as his own entry, but I guess he's not really his own person, so that makes sense. Hello? Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello! Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. And those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best! Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They are absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet! I can tell by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. They're filled with pepper. Very big circus. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you gonna do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset. Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo, all that's left is to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know? The tragedy. You know? What is he talking about? You mean the man that died? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. You're telling me there was the third thing that happened? He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it. You're right, girly. No, because he wouldn't have hit it if that was what he was talking about. Dang, correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? With peace and love, I think you're fucking lying. No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Yeek. Okay. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Why is he shrieking? Why am I losing frames? Why is this happening to me again? It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? Not the only 6 months ago thing. What do I have here? Do we know when? Do we know when that happened? But I don't understand why I'm losing frames. Like, what do I do? What do I do at this point? I've tried fucking everything. I don't know. Do I have anything to ask her about? I've dropped 3% of frames. Dude, today is the longest stream I've ever done. It's probably because my mouth hurts. And also because I'm losing frames. But I feel like it's been sitting at ad starts in X minutes. Oh, it's like doing first. But there's only one first that you can redeem. So I put a second and third too. Just in case it would be fun. I would like to formally announce that I have been using VTube Studio on Steam for 1,337 hours. Anyway. Okay, the connection's been good while we've been gone. Is it? Okay. Lead hours! Alright. Okay. Phoenix is more of a grilled chicken sandwich man, he says. Is that a reference to his name being Phoenix? Grilled chicken? Ah. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Just fine. I don't think I have... Okay. I don't think I have what I need here. But that's okay. I'll come back. She said money had stolen something from her, right? What if I snoop around in Money's pile? Ew, it's a huge pile of trash. One man's trash is another monkey's treasure. I guess you're right. Look, they're all shiny things. He's even got a motorcycle exhaust. What do they call this thing? Oh, a tuba, right? How does he not know these things? Of course it's a tuba, silly. You didn't know that? Hey, it's a picture of Regina. Well, she is a shining beauty. No objections here. Bro, leave her alone. Money has used this to swing around on. Go ahead, Nick. I know you want to ride on it too. Maybe later. As she wants to ride in it, more like. Hey, the net's ripped. Money must be prone to breaking things. He's hardcore. The net looks fine to me. You really think that he plays basketball? I think so. Monkeys live life above the rim, you know? What does that mean? You're joking, right? You think the money has got proverbial game? Of course! That monkey doesn't fake the funk on a nasty dunk. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Well, a prehensile tail might be an unfair advantage. It's a monkey calendar. Acro must really love monkeys. Does he love monkeys, or are they just like part of his life fully? This bed is incredibly well made. It's almost like a maid made it up. Even the laundry on top of the bed is folded perfectly. Nick, there's nothing unusual with that at all. It's how things are supposed to be. Can a man respect another man for doing something said man cannot do? Why are you as a man respecting another man? He's got a barbell. Look around. Everything he's got is for upper body training. Uppy body. Wait a second. These are the same machines I see on TV all the time. Hey, Nick. What? I don't have this one. This barbell here is a new model. Don't overdo it, Maya. You don't want to end up a muscle woman. Why the fuck not, Nick? Leave her the fuck alone. It is mostly ace banter, isn't it? He didn't say no homo. Unfortunately. You can see the big top from the window here. There's no snow on top of the big top. Kinda weird, don't you think? The inside of the tent is warm, so any snow that lands on top probably melts. I guess you're right. The snow probably just slides off. Oh wait, there's dirt on the floor. I want to look at that. No, I can't. This is not a clue? The fact that there's fucking dirt all over the floor? Alright. What do I... Here. Look at my badge. What do you think of this? I'm sorry, but in my present physical condition, I don't really know much about what goes on outside of this room. Oh. We're sorry. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize. Yeah. Nick has become extremely judgmental. As if he's ever been the judge of anything. Money is a great friend to me. That pile of treasure over there is his collection, huh? It is indeed. Money will bring anything back with him. Aw, that's so cute! Yeah, I'm not great with the ladies, but I seem to be pretty popular with the animals. Can you tell me about the birds at all? Or no? How do you feel about Max? Maximilian Galactica, right? You'll have to forgive me, but I try not to think about him. Acro won't even look at it. It looks like something is really weighing on him. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to elaborate a little bit about that, man. Who made this case? What's this? Okay, we already showed him this. It was posted in the cafeteria. If it's got something to do with her, you should go ask her about it. We did do that. Oh. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Why? Are you afraid that it could be a ghost? Like the things that you use in your work? Nick, it's money! That monkey's holding something. That's it! That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Alright, time to take on this monkey, attorney style. What? Attorney style? Monkey noises. I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick doesn't speak monkey. Nick! You... I swiped it while Money was distracted. Wow! You're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Let me see it. Huh? You can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean? I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. Damn, okay. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh, well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Damn, Phoenix, what the fuck? What the hell? Why is he like this? What's with this case? Not to mention, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Okay. It's not Maya's size. Great. That's nice of you. Okay, well, let's see what she has to say when we give her back her shit. Alright. Here, take this. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you! You really got it back for me! Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. It's nothing. Fuck off, my guy. Shut up. Go outside. No wonder guys melt in mush in front of this girl. She's 16, dog. Hey, Regina? That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Leon? He was killed, wasn't he? His portrait is so handsome. That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. During practice. Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth. You know, gah. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. I feel like somebody else wrote this. It does not feel the same at all. Poor thing. Shot by the ringmaster. Great. Here. Okay. He said the nerves in his legs. He didn't say that he fell. He said the nerves in his legs were injured, right? But we know that 6 months ago something happened. So maybe let's try let's see if this fits this question. I like how the birds leave when you do this. It does make sense. About the wheelchair. How are you injured? I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice. Yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? Here. Leon. 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. I had never figured out that 6 months ago there was an accident during practice. I clicked the button without meaning to. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase that as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. Ooh. His favorite? The best? No, dog. Do we think? Seriously injured both legs. I can't believe. I don't know if this is right, but it's not right. I just thought I should. You had to fight it to save someone. Okay, that wasn't it either. I just figured he likes animals. Yeah, no, they're fucking hateful. They really want you to get it right. Or suffer the consequences. What do you think about this? No? Okay. I guess I'll go show it to Mo then. Could you save scum like this in the original? You wouldn't know it, but I was responsible for naming all the animals in the circus. You named Money the monkey? And Regent Regina's tiger? Guilty as charged. Leon got his name from the ringmaster. Really? He always said, keep names simple and easy to associate. Nick's name is easy to associate, right? I always told Russell, if that's what you think, then call him Lion the Lion. It's a great name, don't you think? Imagine if he could talk. I'm Lion. Ha ha. Oh, okay. I don't remember, so I'll take you guys' word for it. Lion? But that's when Russell said, don't lie to yourself, that name is awful. Damn, okay. He didn't like it. Okay. Mo only had 2 locks. So let's see if any of what we have now fits the question. Grilled chicken or whatever. Please tell us what happened 6 months ago. Burgers. The cause of that accident. Yeah, okay. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you? I told them so many times. You shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo. Don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Mo, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? I mean, he's got a fucking thing on his head. They do still have a tiger running around. It must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No, no way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Unlock successful. Bro needs to get rid of that carrot. It's just like you said. You know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Coma? All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital. And that's all he's ever gonna be able to do. I see. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? Yeah, you've never heard of that? They were an acrobat team of brothers. Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. I literally was gonna make a joke that his name was Bat, and then I thought, that's a stupid name, and then they did it to they named him that anyway. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Who is Acro's younger brother? Sean Dingling, but everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why do you do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. Jesus! I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Is that what that expression is? No! Why is it happening again? Some sick grin. Bro, it's happening again. No way, that's impossible. Smirking lion. A flying murderer? Why does it seem that it's always Mo who catches all of these incredible events? Mo is out here catching strays? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. It is Turnabout Big Top. I haven't played this game, so I feel obligated to see it through, but I'm hating every minute of it. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. Me. Same. Nice! What a wonderful sneeze! Huh? You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Girlie, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. No. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. Bat? From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? Okay. So, alright, we have the information about Dude. Hello? I think the last... We're dropping frames again. The last World Cup that I saw was 2018, and I thought that Argentina did pretty good in it. But that's all I know. Yeah, I think it's something on my end. Because it's instantly going back to how it was before. What fixed it last time was me me going into the network settings wait, is it stable again? Okay, wait, how far back is this? Really incredible fucking content we got here. Waiting for it to appear. I'm still facing the wrong way. Oh. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm watching my avatar and I can tell by which way I'm facing whether or not. Okay, well it seems the percentage of frames is going down rather than... It dropped 1900, which right now is 25% of the frames, but it's only been 2 minutes. So that sounds... It seems okay for right this second. Let me know if it starts getting bad again, I guess. I don't remember what the fuck I was doing. Oh, I was gonna go talk to Acro. That's right. Ah, Mr. Wright. Back again, I see. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It would seem that he knows that we know. Well, well. it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. A fun fact about parrots, they can learn how to use the internet. I've heard of this group of people that all keep parrots that have taught them how to use iPads and do FaceTime, and it's like heavily increased the parrot quality of life. Isn't that fun? They have a virtual flock. Okay, how are you injured? Here we go. He knows that we know. Lion. Bro was got by lion. He was attacked by lion. The portal, yeah. Maybe so. Okay. You were saving someone. Bad. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident, together like always. It is dropping frames again. I'm watching it. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken Acro's last psyche lock. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. Girl. The one man in this case that's not in love with this girl. Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like, she's cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you. Twice. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bad, are you? Maybe. Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Maybe I overdid it again. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't just fucking decide what people's relationships are without knowing for sure. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. I'm assuming... Let's try this. This. Where'd you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. Hell yeah. Yeah, don't let him fucking... Okay. We've dropped 50% of the frames. My legs were injured by Leon. 6 months ago, my younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. Okay, the fucking The Notebook fucking stupid ass hanging off the goddamn Ferris wheel. Anyway, that's insane. Didn't he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too. That lion was very old to begin with. An age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Or bad. Yeah, never mind that he was like pressuring a woman into dating him. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about bad? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. You see, I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. Okay. Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. You can't just call other people's bloody scarves gross. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. Huh. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh! When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick! I know! Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Oh, hi. Ms. Von Karma. I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I have served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. He seems chill about it. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it, I'll figure something out. Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. Well. I want this case to be over so bad. This is part 3 that we've just entered. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't sound like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. Usually he says fabulous when he is talking about something negative. You came to watch my performance today. Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that. So, what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on or even where she is. Max also did not understand what was going on, though. This is the last trial part, okay. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket? Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm. But then again, worms lack higher brain function. It's like... It's like 30 seconds or something behind, I think, right now. Probably longer than that. Maybe like 45. When was that? 25 seconds. Okay, that's not that bad. It felt like way longer. Oh my, thanks. Everyone brought him milk. So how are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm gonna face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you gonna do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today, we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro into the truth. Oh my god, it's free? You have to get it then. You're right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. It's a curse probably, but I think you still should get it. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Okay. I mean, I guess she did take that literally. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Ms. Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order! Order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. How is it that she only has Gumshoe? There's nobody else that she can get for this? Very well. Please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work. Or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Whoa, another one. Looks like a kingfisher or something. Name and occupation. Ken Dangling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Berry Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. Oh, that's her. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. Alright. It was just after 10 p.m., and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. How does he get his hair in that little ponytail? Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix, right? Yeah, it's right now. He gave his testimony. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Ms. Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Thanks. Appreciated. They're always like trying to not let me do this. Okay, it was just after 10. You said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turned the lights off in your room, correct? That's correct, but there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? It's across the room, Doug. I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'm off to buy some curtains. Doesn't he have curtains in the picture? I can't look at that picture that it brings up, but sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Yeah, good for you, man. The witness will proceed with his testimony. Okay. Around that time I heard a thump. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. And you said that you were resting in bed. We won't get to the early bird special, unfortunately. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside. I was indeed. Pressing acro doesn't seem to get results. But maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. Bro, I don't fucking remember what he just said. There's a contradiction, maybe. There's a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given.
Objection!
If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? I don't think he could have heard the sound. This. What in the world is this? Oh. You just don't get it, do you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What don't I get? You are not going to be able to get through this one with your usual bluff routine. Your client looks to be ready to take off once again. Straight towards a guilty verdict. You were, bluffing? I will not forgive any more mockeries made of this court. Okay, man. Whoops. Witness, would you mind repeating your testimony? Certainly. Okay, so I don't get in trouble for that one? I don't believe that he could have heard the thump. Are you sure it was a human being? It could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. Why not the other way around? You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. Damn. I just strengthened his testimony. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. I don't know. I'm having a hard time following it for some reason. There's a huge contradiction. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. Okay. I feel like when they're not specifying like that, they don't have anything. You know what I mean? Here, pick the map. I don't... I just need to get out of this dialogue option. Usually they specify in the question, like, what they're asking about. And when they don't specify, then I can't remember what they want anymore. Until I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So, with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window. It is definitely what happens when 12 hits. I feel like I forgot to answer that. I saw that a while ago. The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. Dude, even fucking Genshin has a transcript. This game doesn't, and it's all about fucking figuring out if somebody fucking lied about something? It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. I'm just gonna skip for now. When I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream? That's not important. I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Objection? Sustained. Don't sustain that. Acro must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. Now the challenge will be to expose his lies in court. Well, put the pedal to the metal, Nick! Okay, it was after 10. He heard the thump. I only saw him from behind, so once again, they did not see him clearly. Also, are they saying that that there wouldn't have been footprints at all, like that he was flying the whole time? You know what I mean? Because the victim left footprints from walking up. And for there to be no footprints at all from the killer, then there would have to be... You know what I mean? There would have to be some footprints unless he was floating the whole time. That's who it looked like. Which means that you didn't actually... Okay, let me look at this again. The light in your room was turned off. You were still able to clearly see the human fly by the window. The safety lights lit things up. There was only enough light for me to see the silhouette. So you didn't fucking see anything then. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. He saw the hat and the cloak. He's convinced the person that he saw. Okay, let me fuck with this one a little bit. There's a huge contradiction. Prove it with evidence. I think the fact that he saw the hat... You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Though, there's no reason that the hat couldn't have fallen off later.
Objection!
As he was flying away. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's really a... As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Do I want to straight up blame him right now? I think it's boring if he's the killer, if I'm being honest. On this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Okay. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Like you do with your fucking whip and your fucking puffy sleeves and shit. He really just kind of went, yeah, he did a murder for sure. Despite the fact that he would have had to get down the stairs and all this. Unless he was bluffing about not being able to walk, like Seth Rollins did that time in the WWE. There was a whole storyline where he pretended to be injured for like months, and he had to like lie to everyone in his life. And then he has a kid, and the kid leaked it to her classroom teacher, and he had to tell the classroom teacher, and he had to get the teacher in on the lie. I can't imagine, like, especially for something like WWE, like, do you think he would have had to have them sign an NDA? I don't know how that works. I haven't watched wrestling in fucking years. So, I was thinking about how would Acro be able to do this. And then I thought, maybe, because he would have had to get down the stairs, is the big thing. And if he was bluffing about having his legs injured the whole time, then he could feasibly construct an alibi that way. And then I thought about the fact that Seth Rollins did that in the WWE, where he got injured during a storyline and then had to basically lie to everyone in his life for months about whether or not he was actually injured. He had to commit to the fact that he was injured, like in real life. And then his daughter leaked it. His real life daughter leaked it to her teacher at school. Then he had to get the teacher in on it. And then I was thinking, do you think he had to have her sign an NDA? Yeah, yeah. Because, like, if the ringmaster knew that, then I don't think he would be dead right now. But they also didn't report any of this. They specifically said that they didn't report the death. Or at least they didn't say what happened when... Because they would have had to call an ambulance for Acro, probably. I don't know, man. Anyway, the oldest bluff in the book. She says with her little curtsy bow that she does in her puffy sleeves and stuff. Really? And her whip? Whoa! Whoa, I just made money! No way! Oh, never mind, I didn't make money. Fuck. I got excited for nothing. If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be almost be scary. I didn't make stonks. It was an Etsy notification, but it was the wrong one. Oh, that's supposed to be a hummingbird? This whole time I thought that was supposed to be a kingfisher. It's so big. And it's got the wrong beak shape. And then I thought, but I was thinking like it's kind of weird for them to use a kingfisher considering they're kind of like a more obscure bird than a hummingbird, I would say. Anyway, somebody just favorited one of my items. They didn't buy it. But still, anyway. Huh, he's staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up on myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things? See? Even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. Okay. Who's that in the audience saying a poopy head? See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. Ugh. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Phoenix is ableist. He's definitely a few things. He's definitely got some isms going on. Did he have an accomplice? He would have had to. If he did it, then he would have had to have an accomplice, I think. I mean, he had money. It's impossible for Acro to be the murderer in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider possible accomplices. You don't say. Not good, not good. This isn't gonna end well. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard that sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap can be hard to notice sometimes. Mr. Wright, it seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. Very well, let's continue. Who, perchance, would happen to be Acro's accomplice? Monkey. You don't say! Uh-oh. This is suddenly looking very, very bad. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. Oh. Oh. It's the same dialogue? That was weird. What a splendid accomplice. I'm sure this accusation is built on a solid foundation. Foundation? Yes, Mr. Wright. Do you have any proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? No. Not really. I don't have any shinies. I don't have... Well... This thing was pretty sparkly. That's the only sparkly thing I have that he would have taken. Like, am I illustrating that it is possible? Or do they want me to... Like... Here. This isn't gonna be it. I don't remember when I saved. To reload. 53. 1253. 1253? 53? I don't like it either. They put me in these situations. Okay. Let me save here. 22:56. What the fuck time is my PlayStation set to? Oh! Is that seconds? Why is there a seconds timer? Anyway. He had to. If he did this, then he had to. And I do still think it was the monkey. But it could have also been... It could have been Mo. Or this motherfucker. I'm all over the place now. Gumshoe and Ben are the same age. Isn't that crazy? Okay, if I were to name Mo for this, what would I have to show them as evidence? There's this, I guess. He got a raise. That's a good reason to frame him. We still have so many questions about this. We have not talked about this box at all. There was pepper in there. Why was there pepper in there? So, okay. He put the note in Regina's pocket. He wanted her to come out at 10, but her dad came out instead. Because she didn't she's too stupid, she didn't understand. And so her dad went, and he got killed for it. So I think it's less about... It's less about why would we... Like, am I fully just on the wrong track here? Because if I were to... If I were to accuse Mo of being the accomplice, then he would have been... He needs a reason to be mad at Regina as well. Because I don't think that note was meant for her dad. I think that was meant for her. And she just didn't fucking understand it. So then... Mo called Regina here because he wanted her to know that people don't become stars in the sky when they die. Which to me says that he feels that the people who have died around her, she has not taken the deaths seriously. And he wants her to see that. He wants her to understand what went down. Whether or not that's for malicious purposes or not, I don't know. I think money still makes sense to me because, quote unquote, he takes care of Acro. Like, what does that mean? Max G Bust. It does kind of sound... It sounds like the name of a giant robot. Okay, well let me attempt this. Okay. We need a foundation. Do you have proof that he was an accomplice? There was also the pepper. He was the one that pulled out the pepper. But why was it in this reinforced wooden box? Bronze statue taken from cafeteria before the crime. And then why is this important? Pepper. This doesn't make any sense. I'm just making things up at this point. Okay. Let me go back to accusing money. Dude, I'm so fucking stupid. I haven't figured out how they've done this yet, is the thing. Okay. Do you have any proof that the person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? Gathers all sorts of shiny objects. Found at the crime scene. He does, it's that specific picture looks so much like Eggman. Proof this person was an accomplice. I don't know. There's Ben. But I'm not looking at him as much. I kind of do. At this point, like, I don't have... I'm, like, fully blank on everything, you know what I mean? Who did I just accuse? Money? Okay, if Acro had an accomplice. Okay, with Ben, we found Trillo in the Ringmaster's trophy cabinet, where Max had put it. Because he wanted him to shut the fuck up. But then it feels like there's just nothing there for me to... You know what I mean? Sometimes I wonder if I'm just like the dumbest person that's ever lived. I mean, if Acro... If he did it alone, he'd have to like fucking climb down the goddamn wall. Or drag himself down the stairs. Which doesn't make any sense. Because he wouldn't be able to hang on to like a trapeze. Did he have a need to go down there? The only thing they found in the box was the pepper. And it was locked. Because if it was like a dummy dressed up that flew away, you could maybe put it in the box, but the box was locked and it was also underneath Russell. Right? So... Could he have set something up for this to happen? Like mechanically? But that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't... Like, I feel like I'm just making things up. Do you know what I mean? I mean, he's on the 3rd floor. Could he drop something out of the window? But then... See, that's the thing I still haven't figured out is what... How did they pull this off? And I think if I knew that, then I would be able to explain how it happened better. But I haven't decided how I think that they did this. What about like a pulley system made out of the things that money has? Like, I'm just making things up right now. I'm following thoughts to the whatever conclusion they want to bring me to, and none of them make any sense. If he didn't have an accomplice, he had to do all of it himself. Unless you count money, which it doesn't seem like they count money. What else is in this room? Or in this house, rather. And I feel like it's important that there's a floor in between Mo and Acro. Maybe to... that way noises wouldn't travel? Conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 tonight. Conclusive evidence. So if he dropped something somehow? He doesn't have any curtains, he said. Bro, I don't know. I mean, if he dropped something, then it would have had to been like the fucking... murder weapon or something. I'm still stuck on the flying quote-unquote culprit. Could he have thrown this outside? But that doesn't make sense. Though it did... It said somewhere that one of his vertebrae got broken. And I don't think that, like, a regular hit to the head could do that. What if he threw the bus down? But then... could you put... could you put the cloak on this? And then pull it back up? So this counts as not having an accomplice at this point. I said he didn't have an accomplice, and she said we get to hear the name of the accomplice. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? That's what I just said. You're not gonna sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? How dare you say I'm blabbering? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Okay. Order! Order! What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm gonna have to prove how it all fits together. If Money took the bus... I'm still stuck on Money stealing shiny things. If Money had taken the bust up to Acro's room, then he could have the cloak on that somehow, use it to hit him in the head, and then pull it back up with the cloak on, so then it looks like Max is flying away. Because that's the common thread between all of the stories, is nobody saw his face. Everybody was just like, yeah, I saw it, it was him. It was his cloak and his hat, it was him. Right? Like, I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? I mean, he was still in his room. I think that part wasn't bullshit. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can be only one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? Imagine your last name being Dingling. It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you proposed is impossible, yes, that's it. What do you mean? You were alone in your room. You don't have an alibi. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. Bro, okay, ableist. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? He has the wires from the shit. But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Where did he get the costume and stuff? Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here... She's right. I can't mess up here. I've got to give this one some serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it. Time to enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I think I can present the bust. I think that would be good enough. I'm going to present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of murder against Russell Berry? I wish there was just a picture of the bust. Why does it just have to be a picture of the picture? What's that? A picture. It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust. It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death. Especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. I still think that he called... I still think that he tried to call Regina out there. I do not think this was meant for the ringmaster. See? This is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. You can't say that. I don't want you to say that. Order! Order! So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster. A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit.
Objection!
How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible.
Objection!
Well, Acro is an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows I'm getting close to the truth. Well, 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 Acro. I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? On karma. She's just using this testimony as a rouse to solve her time. A ruse, you mean?
Objection!
There is absolutely no need for such testimony.
Objection!
The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't you see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. Okay. His mouth and his brain and everything is fine, guy. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. That woman will sink to any low to win a case. Yeah. You know who she got taught by, bro. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? Didn't he say he had like a mirror or something? I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. There's also the tire he could sit in. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. Can't let her get to me. I gotta focus. Okay. He could have lifted the size of the bust. Have you ever lifted up the bust before? No, I've never actually lifted it up with my own two hands. But I should get to it, don't you think? Can't let money outdo me on this. Money? That crazy monkey has lifted Max's bust before? I can't believe they want me to believe that's a hummingbird. It's so big. That's a cockatiel. With no head thingy, but still. Please continue with your testimony, Mr. Dingling. You have a strong upper body. Okay. So what have you been doing to keep in shape? Well, honestly, I've given up on training. I don't have any plans to return to the trapeze or the tightrope. The hummingbird is a fucking giant mutant. You don't say. But, no offense, I'm not worried about losing to you in a race or anything. Neither am I, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I wouldn't lose either, Slowpoke. I mean, Nick. Oh, whoa, how did the discussion turn to me all of a sudden? Why are they always, like... They just take a minute just to, like, throw some fucking strays at him. I suppose you could say that I'm stronger than the average bear. Lifting the bust and looking at the window would have been impossible. And why is that? Because if I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. I still haven't gotten much feeling back in my legs yet. So you couldn't have thrown that bust out of the window. Okay. How long do you think your recovery will take? You have to remember that my nerves were severely damaged. I'm currently undergoing some extremely intensive rehabilitation, but it's still going to take a while before I'm back to 100%. Let me remind you of another very important point. If the witness was carrying the bust, he would not be able to see out below the window. Yeah, he just said that. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window. Thus, there is no way that I would know the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick? Huh? What if you turn things around? Maybe if you think of it sort of like this. If he knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. It does make sense. If only I could prove somehow. I mean, the box was there already then. That Acro knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. But he still only has one shot at that. Can you imagine? I think I've already explained things sufficiently. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on his head, don't you think? If all you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all. all I had to do was drop it. You're right, I could have done that. However, there is no way that I could land a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. He won't miss, it's fine. So that kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? Acro was strong enough to lift up the bust. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. I wonder if he used some kind of tool to aim for the ringmaster. That's the ticket, Nick! Show them what you got! I have to be careful. I have to find something that fits perfectly with the case. I don't remember us finding any sort of tool, but maybe we overlooked something. Okay. Makes it impossible for me to have known the location. And I think that's not true because of the box. If the box was there already, then he just has to line him up in front of it. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add.
Objection!
Your silly hinting at things is pointless. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? She's pissed. But I did such a good job hunting. Or hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. 7 minutes. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? No one. Dang. When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. I mean, it depends on how you did it, right? No! Yeah. Order! This is unbelievable! Shut up, dog. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. And there's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed the wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. The weight of the box was huge. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. I don't understand why he would pick it up first. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Fool! Me? Fool? You sure? Me? Fool? Me? Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Uh-huh. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust from the cafeteria to my room? Okay. So, I was like half right back then. I just was doing it at the wrong time. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. I mean, do you or do you not count the monkey as an accomplice? Because he can't be charged with something. But like, you know? But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. Okay, I'm gonna save. Because I'm afraid. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? Monkey. A monkey. Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? Yeah, dog. I know, it's fucked up. But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Damn, okay. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. What are they made out of? Metal? Yes, and they're made of platinum. Ah, okay. Which is very shiny. Gwa. Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Well, well. Order. Order! I said order! Ms. Von Karma! Where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. I mean, he did steal, the exhaust pipe off a motorcycle. Then, you mean this bus was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Me? Me? Mr. Wright's argument was so circular I'm still a bit dizzy. However, was it circular? I don't think so. His argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Flamboozled is a good word. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Wright. And what is that? You should know! You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. I didn't forget that. He forgot. I didn't forget. He forgot that. There is no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let her beat you down. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? I mean, it was still the bust. That's what I've been saying. He saw Max's I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question.
Objection!
Au contraire, mon frere. It does indeed have something to do with the question. He said mon frere, which means my brother. He just said it to rhyme, but it's still like... You said that to her? Also, why did you bust out French all of a sudden? Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. We needed to stop calling it Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off of the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance to this case, don't you agree? He caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Okay, well, let me save. Who put the cloak on the bust? I don't know. I don't know that. I mean, it would have had to have been Acro, right? Because... But how would he have gotten it? Because... Money... I don't think would have brought the cloak back. I don't think that part is... Is that part shiny enough? I don't know. I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well, furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Because this person was not spotted at the scene. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is, like, it doesn't... I don't know this. I don't... Unless they're saying that money did it. Does this count as... No. It doesn't count as a shiny enough object, I don't think. Who put the cloak on the bust? I mean, it could have been... I guess it was Russell, because he was wearing it over there, right? Because he took it for whatever reason. Why did he take it? Why did he do that? A fool! Him? You are saying it was the victim himself, Russell Berry. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how, but... I mean the victim himself, placed the cloak on the bust. Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. You're saying it knocked the cloak off of him and got caught on the bust on the way back up? Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? No. I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night. Let's step back in time. Are we, like, at the end? Should I just keep going? Because we don't, like... We won't be back here until next week, right? Oh, there's still, like, a lot more? Okay. I'm kind of waiting for, like, a checkpoint. If we get to another testimony, that'll be the end of it, I think. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust. He dangled the bust out of his bedroom window, directly above the wooden box. Okay, yeah. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room, and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Fucking why? I don't understand. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. I guess. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house. By none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben Trillo. You've caught me right about to end. But that's okay. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. This is insane. Now this is when the magic happens. You're telling me that it came off of him and went on to the... At the very instant that the bust hit the victim. That doesn't make sense. That just doesn't make sense. That doesn't make fucking physical sense in the universe. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix, right? As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? This just cannot be how this worked. I refuse to believe this. The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. What the fuck? When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it. Primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. It looks like when you grab a layer in a drawing and you move it around with the mouse. Yeah, they're really filling up the fucking cartridge here. And that is how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. I don't know. I don't think they're that big. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. Hang on, I'm gonna look. Games. I need a GBA game. GBA game. Pokemon. Leaf Green. 16,000 kilobytes. Allegedly. Is it? Okay. Okay. Well. Oh yeah, they are gonna ask me to present something else, and then I'm gonna have to fucking sit here thinking for way too long. Okay, so that way, so Thursday will be a little more refreshed, and hopefully it's not gonna take me fucking 10 minutes to think of one answer or whatever. Okay. I have to figure out who to raid. Where are we going? Twitch.tv, please. Who's all around? Where haven't I been in a while? You got nothing? Okay. That's fine. Let's raid 707. Bro comes in here all the time. /raid. Okay. So we're back here on Monday with more Pokemon Randomizer. And then on Thursday, we're back with this game, and we'll finish this case. For fuck's sake, we will finish this fucking case finally. Thank you all for hanging out with me. And we will see you all on Monday. I'll try to figure out what the fuck went on with the connection over the weekend too. Okay. Bye.